සැනසෙනවා පුදමින් බැතින් අපේ නිබඳා වැඳනම දිනවා ගණරන් කොතින් රැස් විහිතා මන පූබුදනවා ගිජිතුන් මාතින් සිරිදලඳා හිමිවාඩමනවා
කන්ද රටට අදටත් අද දවසේත් මෙලෙසින් මල් වැසි වරුසා මැද තුන්වන රන්දෝලිය ගමන් ආරම්භ කරන්නට සූදානම්. ඊයේ දවසේ වගේම අද දවසේත් මල් වැස්සකින් මේ මාර්ග ධෝවනය වෙලා මේ ශාස්ත්‍රීයත්වයේ කරන කොටගෙන සිදු කරන පෙරහැර මංගල්‍යයට ආසිරි පතන්නාseම මෙලෙසින් අප ආරම්භය ලබා ගන්නට සූදානම්. සිරිලක සියලු දනන් හට නෙක විද වර්ණ රටාවන්ගෙන් සුසැදි පෙරහැරක අසිරිය විද්‍යමාන කරවන තුන්වන රන්දෝලි පෙරහැර මෙලෙසින් ගමන් ආරම්භ කරනවා. 6:53ට යෙදුණු සුබ මුහුර්තයෙන් නැගෙනහිර දිශාභිමුඛවයි පෙරහැර ගමන් ආරම්භ කරන්නට යෙදෙන්නේ. අද දවසේත් සිංහරාජා හස්තියා විසින් පෙරහැර කරඬුව වැඩවීමේ වාග්ය උදා කරගෙන තිබෙනවා. නුවර වීදිවල මහා ජන ගංගාවක් එකතු පහදු වී තිබෙනවා. ඒ වගේම නිවසේ සිටත් ඔබ මේ නරඹන වග දන්නවා. ඒ නිසාම මේ රූපකාව්‍ය මෙතෙන් පටන් සජීව ලෙස අප ඔබට සමීප කරන්නට සූදානම්. ඩයලොග් ටීවී නාලිකා අංක 20, පියෝ ටීවී නාලිකා අංක 20 310 ඔස්සේත්, ඒ වගේම ප්‍රීසෙට් නාලිකා අංක 2 ඔස්සේත්, දෙස් විදෙස් මාධ්‍යයන් රසක් ඔස්සේත්, ඒ වගේම ශ්‍රී දළදා මාලිගාව සන්තක සයිබ ගගනත ඔස්සේත් මේ පෙරහැර ඔබට තිලින කරන්නට සූදානම්. මේ ஆரம்ப වන්නේ තුන්වන රන්දෝලි පෙරහැර மங்கல்ய மெலிசின் துவா.
நன்றி ஜெயநாத். அனைவருக்கும் மகிழ்ச்சியான மாலை வணக்கம். வரலாற்று சிறப்புமிக்க கண்டி ஸ்ரீ தலதா மாளிகையினுடைய மூன்றாவது ரந்தோலி பெரஹராவானது தற்பொழுது ஆரம்பமாகியுள்ளது. இதில் புத்த பெருமானின் தந்த பேழையானது அழைத்து வரும் காட்சியினை உங்களால் காணக்கூடியதாக இருக்கும். இதை நேரடியாக காண முடியாதவர்கள் டயலாக் தொலைக்காட்சி 20, பியோ டிவி 20 மற்றும் 310, ப்ரீசெட் 2 மற்றும் ஸ்ரீ தலதா மாளிகையினுடைய ஃபேஸ்புக் மற்றும் யூடியூப் தளங்களினூடாக கண்டு மகிழ முடியும். திசரி, இது உங்களுக்கான வாய்ப்பு.
Thank you, Dua. You're witnessing the third Randoli procession of Kandy Esala Perahera 2026. The ceremonial tasker Singharaja will be carrying the sacred relic casket today. These are the most glamorous days of Kandy Esala Perahera. So, this invitation goes to you all to come and witness this grand occasion. But if you're at home, you can still be watching this event by using the following channels. Channel number 310 and channel number 20 on PO TV, channel number 20 on Dialog Television and channel number 2 on FreeSat. And also, you can watch the live broadcast of Kandy Esala Perahera 2026 by using the social media platforms of Sri Dalada Maligawa. May the blessings of the sacred tooth relic be with you all.
We are delighted to welcome you to the special live broadcast of the third Randoli Perahera of the Kandy Esala Perahera 2026, brought to you by the Media and Special Projects Bureau of the Sri Dalada Maligawa Kandy. You are now witnessing the Perahera officials obtaining the permission and blessings of the Diyavadana Nilame, the lay custodian of the sacred tooth relic, before commencing their street perambulations.
And we saw the handing over of keys by the Diyavadana Nilame to the officiating bhikkhus. Now the Diyavadana Nilame will be making his way from the upper level, Ihalamalaya, to the lower level of the chamber, known as Pathamalaya of the Vadasitina Maliga. and he is seen ceremoniously and reverentially carrying the Perahera casket under the protection of the custodian venerating prelate of Askiri Mahaviharaya, Most Venerable Venruwe Upali Anunayaka Thero. And now the Perahera casket is carried toward the ceremonial tusker under much veneration, amidst the offering of light, sounds, scents, and flowers, all the way until it is placed on the awaiting tusker.
We are now seeing the Perahera casket, which contains 32 relics of Lord Buddha being placed within the Ran Hilige that is mounted on the lavishly costumed tusker, who will uplift the majesty of this great procession.
These officials are seen offering flowers and floral garlands to the Perahera casket, and this is the third Randoli Perahera of Kandy Esala Perahera 2026.
This is the devout moment when the royal tusker shall step majestically down from the Mahavahara, the main entrance, onto the Sandagala, the moonstone, amidst the tune of traditional Nagasingha music, in preparation to parade the streets of the Kandian city.
Today, the royal tusker will be Singharaja of Sri Dalada Maligawa, Kandy. On this year 2026, we are witnessing the grace of the 1716th Perahera that had begun during the reign of King Kirtishri Meghavarna, who pledged that the relics must be carried around the city once a year. And this tradition still continues, followed by the succession of many kings, prime ministers, and presidents of our country. And this live broadcast is brought to you by the Media and Special Projects Bureau of Sri Dalada Maligawa, Kandy.
Walking up front with the sound of thundering whips piercing through the skies are the whip crackers, announcing that the procession has commenced. And these whip masters are tasked with clearing the way for the sacred relic casket and the king.
When looking back at history in the ancient times, it was the ruling king who would parade the streets in the Perahera. But now it is the Diyavardna Nilame, the lay custodian of the sacred tooth relic of Lord Buddha, who will resemble the king in the modern day Perahera. And this is the magnificent side of the Kandy city today, which is the third Randoli Perahera. Perahera is believed to be held in prayer for timely rainfall, which we are witnessing today. And the elements of the Perahera is structured in a symbolical way that paints the imagery of a rainfall. Rain would never be showered without the striking sound of thunder. And these whip wielders are symbolical imagery to depict the sound of lightning and thunder, to pay homage to the rain gods, requesting to bless our crops and cultivations with rain.
The whip master's duty is handed down from generation to generation of their clans, and only those who have mastered the art of whip cracking will be taken to participate in the Kandy Esala Perahera. According to traditions, a Perahera which does not have this pedigree are not even being called such. In single file, we see the whip masters carefully manipulating their whip that is nearly 7 feet in length and is made fully out of natural materials known as Niyagaya and Navapatta, which indicates how traditions have been preserved and authentic methods have not changed throughout the parading history of 1716 years.
It can be noticed how the whip masters are untying the knots that are formed when whipping. And this is the symbolic variation that shows problems that we face in the journey of our lives. Where we too spend a careful expense of mind in untying our problems down our walk in the journey of life.
Many onlookers who are seated around the city of Kandy to witness this Perahera can be seen throwing thousands of coins to the streets in belief that this practice will ward off any evil from their loved ones and for the blessings from the sacred tooth relic.
And we can see many onlookers crowded around the city of Kandy today despite the heavy rain. This shows how much the devotees are devoted to see the Kandy Esala Perahera, which will be happening annually on the month of Esala.
And this group of whip crackers are led by Mr. Upali Jayaratna.
And as we spoke about the onlookers throwing thousands of coins to the street, this is the absolute tradition that highlights the basis of giving, offering and sharing among the people of our land. Sri Lankans are among the top in the world's giving index. That is indeed an outcome from the social influence of Lord Buddha's teaching.
Regardless of how rich or poor they are, they offer their coins in great devotion and joy to the Perahera as their minds are conditioned to giving.
It is an interesting fact from history that in the ancient times, the sacred tooth relic had been considered as a private property of the king, and the public had never been permitted in having a chance of worshipping it. Indeed, it was a thankful move by the king Kirti Sri Rajasinghe, who declared that the relics need to be taken in the procession for the public to witness and venerate in seeking for blessings. That is indeed the reason why we are witnessing this majestic Perahera today. And this is the third Randoli Perahera of Kandy Esala Perahera 2026, brought to you by the Media and Special Projects Bureau of Sri Dalada Maligawa, Kandy.
Rain does not come with thunder alone. Just as lightning flashes across the skies, this procession too has its flashes of light dancing across the faces of the people lining the streets to watch. These are the fire dancers who are offering fire, inviting the rain gods to water our lands and rain. And this group of fire acrobats are trained and led by Mr. E.D. Tilakaratna.
Even though it seems very paradox to learn that we offer fire to seek for water, this phenomenon of nature is magnificently depicted by this group of fireball dancers who perform this thrilling stunt of acrobatics while illustrating how lightning comes with rain.
The turning of fireballs is called as Pandampalia, which paints the night sky with varied patterns of light using both hands and feet, along with the thrilling episodes of fire stunts.
The fireball dance is performed in three levels that are known as the Bin Thalaya, low level, Mada Thalaya, the mid level, and the Ahas Thalaya, the sky level. That is definitely the highlighted episode of the fireball dance that is performed standing on each other in great discipline and balance.
Back in history, Kandian performing arts have been classified into 5 variants, which were known as Vahala Ilangama, Singakari Ilangama, Tambara Pittukari Ilangama, Natum Ilangama, and Kavikara Maduwa. Interestingly, it was the king's order that all 5 of these classifications must be performed in the Perahera, which is a royal order that is still being obeyed since the ancient times till the modern days.
The sun, moon, earth, universe, solar month, night and day are all cyclic, and the fireball dance highlight these universal cycles while depicting how they burn and cool us in our life cycles. The dances also paint the fierce cycle of samsara that is flooded with desire, ignorance and anger that are highlighted by these chakras.
The splendor of the dance is seen when a large group of them perform simultaneously, merging their various fiery elements into an amazing display of light and heat. The tradition is handed down from generation to generation, with individuals of all ages, from the very young to the very old, taking part in the display of this priceless and cultural heritage of their clans.
The dancers, being mindful of the part that they play fire in dispelling darkness, cooking and protecting crops, are seeing the taming the fire and making it an offering to the sacred tooth relic of Lord Buddha, while creating curiosity, satisfaction and amazement on the onlookers.
The dancers are seen creating their paintings of fire across the night sky as they move in the procession. For the children, it is a fire play, but for the experienced elders, it is a devout and committed fire offering.
These fireball dancers are trained by Mr. E.D. Tilakaratna of the Ragama Walpola Aesthetic Academy, have been performing in the Kandy Esala Perahera for many years. And on this occasion itself, we are witnessing not just one, but several generations of artists representing the team of fireball dancers.
Next in line of the procession are the Buddhist flag bearers, who are clad in white national costumes, who are carrying the most respected flag of Buddhism, while being preceded by the national flag of Sri Lanka. The sight of these Buddhist flags create a sense of tranquility among the spectators, reminding us the fact that this procession is in celebration, devotion, and an offering to the great Lord Buddha.
A priority of Kandy Esala Perahera is to reflect the unity of Sri Lanka as a nation, which in here is symbolized by the national flag that was leading the army of flags.
The flag bearers we see here are the inmates of the Pallikale Open Prison Camp, who have been starring in this segment in the Perahera for many years. They too are humans, just like us, who were once diverted in life in lieu of a wrongdoing that could have been a mistake of theirs or of their society. But this participation is a part of the ordeal in releasing them back to the society as corrected humans, and therefore they are here today to pay homage to the sacred tooth relic in hope for the change they pray for their lives.
When talking about the Buddhist flag, it is a symbol of faith and peace. The 6 colors of the flag represent the colors of the aura that emanated from the body of Lord Buddha when he attained enlightenment under the sacred Bodhi tree. The horizontal stripes represent the races of the world living in harmony, while the vertical stripes represent eternal world peace.
Following the group of Buddhist flag bearers, now we are witnessing the arrival of the district flag bearers. The unique collection of flags in front of us are known as the provincial flags. These include the uniquely designed flags for the 12 states and the 9 counties that were under the rule of the ancient Kandian kingdom.
It was a tradition that the respective chieftain of the state, known as the Raterala, would participate in the Perahera with their respective flag that is unique to their state to showcase their loyalty towards the king. While this tradition displays reminds us on the glory of the ancient Senkadagala kingdom, it also represents the symbol of governance in compliance to the 10 great leadership qualities preached by Lord Buddha, which is known as the Dasaraja Dharma.
The flags seen here could be identified as the sun and moon flag of the Satara Koralaya, the lion flag of the Sat Koralaya, the white flag of Matale, silk flag of Sabaragamua, Behirunda Pakshiya flag of the Tun Koralaya, peacock flag of Uvavellasa, and lotus flag of Udapalata, which represent the states of Sri Lanka.
And now we are witnessing the same flags we saw before are now being displayed in metallic form. And these are the brass flag bearers who reminds us of the proud heritage of the Kandian era. These brass stands are metallic representations of the flags belonging to the 9 ancient states and 12 counties using its exact same element that are carved with great precision and attention to many details, which certainly portrayed the great artistry that takes a lot of time, patience and energy.
The army of officials who are carrying these stands are dressed in a white sarong and turban with a bare upper body, which interestingly symbolizes the energetic lifestyle of our people back then in the ancient times. And they too were chosen to be represented from the ones that were practicing the traditional martial art of Angal. And this troop of brass flag bearers are led by Mr. Ajit Mahendra.
In fact, these artists who belonged to the Gurukula were the same ancestors who used to make beautiful gold, silver and brass ornaments with detailed engraving embedded with the precious gems for the king.
Walking in great discipline, in their calm and disciplined nature, are the army of sword bearers who provide protection to the Perahera casket.
Clad in white sarong and a white headdress, this army is seen carrying the rare swords, not in warfare, but in a disciplined walk of calm serenity. The symbolic idea of these sword bearers is the historic protection that is provided with utmost might to the sacred tooth relic. For those who know about the history of the sacred tooth relic would patriotically be proud of our history and the heroic personalities who always protected the sacred tooth relic with highest levels of bravery.
Since the ancient times, the sacred tooth relic has played an important role in local politics, since it was believed that whoever holds the sacred tooth relic shall hold the governance of the country.
From the Anuradhapura era to the Kandian era, there have been several battles over the tooth relic, and it has always been protected by the patriotic warriors. And this is a lesson we need to teach to our children, a story to be proud of, and also that if not for them, we would have lost the sacred tooth relic.
We now see the most magnificent sight of the Perahera, which is the arrival of the very first elephant, the elephant Banda from Ratnapura, who will be carrying the Peramune Rala. It is the norm of the Perahera that the Peramune Rala, or the front runner of the procession, is the first person on elephant back, and neither officials nor elephants are permitted to parade before the Peramune Rala.
Clad in the traditional white costume that comprises of the white jacket and the triangular hat, the Peramune Rala comes into view carrying the scroll known as the Lekam Meteor, which is encased in a long cylindrical silver casket. The particular scroll that is encased in this casket is made of ola leaves, a traditional form of paper that is native to Sri Lanka. And this scroll contains a full description of the procession, royal duties and assets affiliated to Sri Dalada Maligawa. And the duty of the Peramune Rala is to inform the citizens of the country that the procession is being carried out in compliance to the directives of the scroll.
the arrival of the first Havisi troupe that represent the official music ensemble who are permanently seconded to the service of the Sri Dalada Maligawa. They perform in dignified presence in front of the procession as the tradition which they practice with majestic skill. In fact, no Panchatura Vadana or traditional orchestra of Sinhalese music that produce sounds using either drums or other musical instruments is permitted before the Havisi as per the rule of the Kandy Perahera tradition.
Sri Lanka is rich with its own genre of traditional music, and Havisi, which is dignified as the authentic sound of Sri Lanka. The history of Havisi takes back to the time when the sapling of Jai Sri Mahabodhi tree was brought down to Sri Lanka by Sangamita Therani, and this evidence marks the fact that Havisi is one of the oldest traditional orchestra and Buddhist sound offering in Sri Lankan heritage.
orchestra of the five-fold musical instruments has its own variants that are authentic to various parts of the country, known as upcountry, low country and suburban. The speciality of the Kandy Esala Perahera is the pure domination of upcountry traditional arts. Therefore, this particular Havisi instrument performance belongs to the upcountry tradition of Havisi, which is known as Udarata Havisi in Sinhalese. musical instruments as recognized by the Sri Lankan music culture as Panchathura Nada is noted as Adata, instruments played by both hands, Vitata, instruments played using sticks, Vitatadata, instruments played using hands and sticks, Ghana, instruments that are dashed with each other, and Sushira, instruments that are blown. This arrangement of the upcountry ensemble of Hevisi consists of 4 out of the 5 mentioned tunes, except for the Gatabere that represents the Adata tune. Riding on the second tusker, the tusker Burumaraja of Sri Dalada Maligawa, with dignified majesty, is the Gajanayaka Nilame of the Sri Dalada Maligawa. The Gajanayaka Nilame is the royal official in charge of the king's troop of elephants, and it was a position given to him directly by the king himself. To symbolize this ancient degree, the Gajanayaka Nilame, who is attired in the traditional Sinhala Mul Adum, majestically approaches on a tusker while holding the Ankus or the Ankusaya, which is the official symbol of the Gajanayaka Nilame.
According to the Perahera tradition, the Gajanayaka Nilame obtains the Ankusaya from the Diyavadana Nilame after bowing down in respect and obtaining his blessings. It is the custom of the Perahera that no official shall proceed in the Perahera without the blessings or symbol that is handed over by the respective lay custodian.
Now you're witnessing the arrival of a troupe of Chamara dancers who are trained by Mr. Nimesh Sumanaratna of the Chandananda Buddhist College.
The ancient poetic anthology that was written during the kingdom of Kote, that is famously known as the Sahalini Sandesha, quotes that the white tussles in motion, along with the majestic elephants, are one of the supreme signs of auspicious visualities. And the Chamara dance is certainly an inclusion to add more auspicious value to the Perahera.
Chamara is a popular upcountry folk dance that is one of the most visually mesmerizing dance acts of the Perahera this evening. The chamara is a white tussled object that was used historically as a fanning tool to the sacred tooth relic and prominent individuals including the royalties. The tussles are fanned to the rhythm of the flute and the Kandian drums, where the gentle breeze that is produced by this chamara brings a very pleasant feeling. This was in fact a regular feature of the royal courts in our ancient history. The idea of including the chamara dance ahead of the Perahera is to symbolize fanning to the impending sacred tooth relic, just like how it was performed in the actual form back then. Interestingly, you should not miss to notice how two of the same chamara shall be clipped to the ear of the royal tusker who will be carrying the relic casket, where chamara shall fan the relic in each time in which the tusker shall flap its ears. The chamara dancers swing these white tussles in various stanzas that not just creates a soothing visual to the audience, but also reminds the audience of the ancient times in which the Chamara played a prominent role in cooling ourselves in the absence of the modern day equipment that we are using today.
A certain degree of teamwork is essential for the best performance of this Chamara dance, since the dancers need to synchronize with each other to maintain the visual consistency of this dance act, where we are able to witness another similar tussle dance that is similar to Chamara dance act, that is known as Savarang dance, where the difference lies in the tool itself. Since the Savarang has just not just one, but two tassels attached on either sides of the object, unlike the Chamara, which has only on one side.
Now you're witnessing the arrival of the third elephant of the third Randoli Perahera 2026, and this is Dalada elephant from Ratnapura, and the official mounted on top carries the Buddhist flag. You're seeing the first troupe of Nayandi dancers of the third Randoli Perahera, who are trained and led by Mr. Vasanta Rajangana and Mr. Vasanta Gunatilaka. The Nayandi dance is one of the most significant dance performances of the upcountry tradition that holds a very prominent position in the Kandy Esala Perahera, especially during the Randoli Perahera festivities.
The word Nayandi is in fact the name of the costume that is worn by the Nayandi dancers, which is the same costume that is worn by the Kandian West dancer, with the exclusion of the devoted headdress that is replaced with a cloth turban with a knot on the head center that is taking the shape of a cobra.
The speciality of the Nayandi dancing is that this dance is primarily performed by the primitive Kandian dance artists who have not yet been attained reverentially as a West dancer, and any dance artist who aspires to crown as a Kandian West dancer would first need to master the skill of Nayandi in order to proceed.
The Nayandi dance is said to be belonging to the classification of Rupanattam due to its visual richness in attraction, and this dance is also known as Atavis, meaning half of the Vex costume, and at times even known as Tanikachi, that relates to the special head turban that is worn by the Nayandi dancers.
professional Kandian dancers who perform the West dance in the Kohoma Kankaria, the main healing ritual of the upcountry tradition, are culturally not practicing the West dance elsewhere in social occasions. Due to the same reason, any such ritualistic West dancer who would perform the Nayandi dance in any other social gathering events just as the Perahera itself.
This live broadcast of the third Randoli Perahera of Kandy Esala Perahera 2026 is brought to you by the Media and Special Projects Bureau of Sri Dalada Maligawa, Kandy. Needs to be mentioned that the Nayandi dance is one of the most significant dance performances in Kandy Esala Perahera.
Now you're witnessing the arrival of the majestic Tusker Janaraja of the Sri Dalada Maligawa.
And on the mount of the majestic Tusker, we see an official carrying the brass umbrella, symbolizing the respect to the sacred truth relic casket that will be impending in the procession. Another fact to be noticed is the colorful clothes of the elephants or the dresses in the Randoli Perahera compared to the Kumbal Perahera festivities which we witnessed days earlier. And we can see how majestically this Tusker is taking part in this procession.
And this is a troupe of Kulmal dancers who are trained and led by Mr. W. M. Dayananda.
The Malpade dance performance, which is also known as Polmal, Malhatpade, and Madhupore, is also a ritualistic dance performance that adds its variants across its traditions.
The polmala or the coconut flower is the flower that blooms from the traditional kapruka or national tree of bounty, which denotes prosperity. The national emblem of Sri Lanka consists of the vase of coconut flowers known as the Punkalasa that is considered as the national symbol of prosperity. This Malpade dance consists of dancers who hold this polmala, the national symbol of prosperity, with both hands while sincerely representing the same bounty and abundance in their dance. The symbol of this dance is to pray for fertility and prosperity, which is interestingly the prime motive of Perahera itself, where the dancers sing various ritualistic chants, which are in fact verses of prayers for prosperity.
Tonight, the procession commenced at the auspicious time of 6:53 p.m. and it will proceed via the Dalada Street, E.L. Senanayaka Street, Srimad Bennett Soisa Street, Kumara Street, E.L. Senanayaka Street, Cross Street, D.S. Senanayaka Street and return via Street, King Street.
This is the arrival of two majestic elephants. The elephant on the left is the elephant Gajaba of the Moranmatta Devalaya Yakkala, and on right we see the majestic elephant Tharaka of Rankadu Pattini Devalaya Kaduwela. And the officials who are mounted on top of these two majestic elephants are carrying the Burmese flags.
This procession is a true reflection of Buddhist worship, while it also represents a frozen image of the ancient service known as Rajakarya. And this is the most beautiful view of a troupe of tambourine dancers who are trained by Mr. Janaka Rajapaksha. The rabana or hand tambourine is a very popular object used in folk dancing tradition in Sri Lanka, known as the Raban Natumal. There are many forms of Raban in Sri Lanka, and we have the Maharabana or Banku Rabana, which is a large drum that is played by multiple artists at the same time, the Virindu Rabana, that is played while singing comical verses or Virindu, and the Atrabana, which we see now, that is the most prominently seen in dance-related performances.
The Rabana is at times recognized as a drum of prosperity. Belonging to the Arthata classification of traditional music instruments, both the Rabana and the Mummadiya, which are drums played only using bare hands, are used in the agricultural, entertainment and ritualistic activities in the village setup. Similarly, the Raban also takes great dominance during the Sinhala and Tamil New Year celebrations, as the Raban is used to communicate the festive occasions such as the dawn of the new year, commencing of dealing and consuming of meals, to name a few. The Raban dance involves atmaru, or changing of hands, while performing this dance. And the tunes we hear being played by the dance orchestra are authentic recitals that are exclusive to the Raban dance itself, which are known as Raban Kavi. And this is the most majestic elephant, the elephant Bipila, from Giriulu. Lekeli is also another interesting folk dance of the upcountry tradition that consists of performers having two wooden sticks on their hands, who shall dash them together in a rhythm individually and even among pairs, or at times groups.
This Lekeli dancing troupe is led by Mr. Nimesh Sumaratna from Chandananda Buddhist College, Kandy. Being a folk dance itself, this dance too sets a village picture for the audience, but the origin of the exact movements performed can be guessed as the ancient practices for war battles among the folk-like style, as the name of the dance itself with the word Kelia translates to battle.
The fast tempo that is performed in several episodes of the Likeli dance creates the sense of energy that truly creates a battle atmosphere, which once again connects the folk dance with the previously told affiliations with their war rehearsal.
Likeli is one of the dance performances which has been performed since more than centuries ago, which is provided by the evidence that is still visible to all of us. In fact, the wooden carvings of the Ambake Katragama Devalaya that belongs to the Gampula era too portrays a pictorial carving that illustrates a Likelia performance.
Apart from the Sri Lankan concept of the Likeli dance, which we identify as the upcountry folk dance performance, we see much similar versions in other neighbouring cultures, and some of them could be identified as Dandiya, which is the main folk dance of Gujarat state in India.
It is interesting to see the affiliation of the Likelia and Lord Katragama, as this great deity is considered as the god of war.
And this is the arrival of the most magnificent Tusker, the Tusker Kotte Raja, who belongs to the Kotte Rajamahavihara. And the official mounted on top of the Kotte Raja Tusker is carrying a brass canopy.
We are witnessing the Pantheru dancing troupe, which is led by Mr. Sarath Vijayasiri. The pantheruva is a musical instrument that is used as a rhythm tool across all the three traditions of upcountry, low country and Sabaragamuwa. But the pantheru dance is exclusively belonging to the Udarata or upcountry tradition of dance.
The Pantheru dance may explicitly seem as it is a singular choreograph, but careful attention would show how this dance involves group work, where we see the performers collaborating with each other as a group and in subgroups that highlights the unity and harmony among the village youth of Sri Lanka. And this is the arrival of the Kandola Veera elephant who belongs to Sanka Petti Vihara Kaduwela.
Now we see the Raban dancing troupe is taking place in the Perahera, which is led by Mr. Aryapala Vijayamana.
The rabana or the hand tambourine is a very popular object used in the folk dancing tradition in Sri Lanka. But this is no such dance, even though we see the presence of the tambourine in play. This performance, which involves spinning of the tambourine, which makes it more of a sporting performance than a dance item, and that is why this act is known as Raban Karakavima or Raban Krida in Sinhalese.
The spinning game of Raban can be identified as a developed performance of the Raban dance. We see several generations of artists who are of different age levels, young and senior, who have developed this intrinsic skill from childhood by learning to spin various objects.
They spin the raban in their flexible long cane sticks in great balance, and the highlighted episode of this act is when they throw the tambourines towards the sky and surprisingly catch the raban back on their sticks or from their hands with no room for failure. Each succeeded attempt is applauded with cheer from the onlookers, as it seems impossible to the common eye.
The Atrabana, which we see now, that is most prominently seen in the dance-related performances. We also hear a version of as Karakavime Rabana or spinning tambourine, which is in the act the same Atrabana with a dent carved in its middle.
Now you're witnessing one of the most unique moments of the third Randoli Perahera 2026. Walking up front in the middle is the elephant Ganga, who belongs to Gangarama Vihara, Colombo, and on left we see the elephant Sutti from Habarana, and on the right we saw the elephant Deomini of the Sambodhi Vihara, Colombo.
Following the majestic elephants, now we see the Thammattam dancing troupe, which is led by Mr. Sujit Ananda. The Thammattama, also known as the Pokuruberia in Sinhalese and the kettle drum in English, is a vital instrument of the Hevasi ensemble that takes a predominant position in the Perahera as the main sound offering towards the impending requirements of worship.
The amazing feature about this thumb-at-thumb performance is that we see both playing and dancing with the thumb-at-thummer, which is evidently why it is recognized as the thumb-at-thumb natuma or the thumb-at-thumb dance. This is truly the fascinating beauty of Sri Lankan performing arts, where our artists are gifted with the talent of making more than what is expected of what we are blessed with. And this is the arrival of a duo of female elephants, and on the left we see the elephant Sita from Mirigama, and on the right we see the elephant Rani of Pellebadda. And mounted on top we see officials carrying 2 brass canopies.
Following those 2 female elephants, now we see the Savaran dancing troupe, which is led by Mr. Supun Vijay Vikrama from Nalanda Buddhist College.
Dance items which involve these tussles are used quite often in Perahera. But this is not the usual Chamara dance we witnessed previously. This dance, which is recognized as the Savarang dance, is a similar dance to Chamara but with a difference in the prop that is used.
The Savarama, the main tool used by these dancers, consists of not 1 but 2 tussles attached on both its ends, which makes it a longer version of the Chamara instrument. However, the Savarama tool is meant to serve the same purpose as the Chamaraya, which is to fan and cool the impending icon of worship, which was traditionally the king, and today the relic casket or the requirements of God.
The choreography of this folk dance, that's styled of the upcountry tradition, is designed to symbolize fanning, that is performed using different dance steps. We now see the arrival of another duo of elephants, and on the left we see the elephant Hettimulla Raja from Hettimulla, and on the right we see the elephant Vijitha Raja from Dibulagala Aranya Senasanaya. And the officials mounted on top are carrying the Burmese flags.
Traditional musical instruments of Sri Lanka are sometimes not just used for playing itself, just like the udakkiya that we see here in this dance performance. This is the udakki dancing and playing troupe, which is led by Mr. M.B. Tennakuan. Here we do not just see These performers playing the Udakkiya, but they also perform a dance and interestingly do sing at the same time, which makes the Udakki dance act a triple infusion of art.
The Udakkiya is an hourglass-shaped hand drum that belongs to the Athatha category of the Panchathura since it is placed only using hands. The dancers are dressed in the traditional Kandyan attire and dances while playing this instrument along with recitals that glorify the qualities of the Lord Buddha. The red ribbon known as the savarang that is seen attached to the midpoint of the drum is actually the controller of the drum's rhythm, and in the midst of the dancers dancing, singing and playing. And this is another arrival of 3 magnificent elephants. The tusker in middle is the magnificent Tusker Vasana of the Ruhunu Maha Kataragama Devalaya, and on the left we see the Tusker Raju of the Askiriya Mahavihara, and on the right we see the Tusker Sindhu of the Malvatu Mahavihara. And the officials mounted on top of these 3 tuskers are seen carrying 3 brass canopies. You are now witnessing the 3rd Randoli Perahera of the Kandy Esala Perahera 2026.
The most unique and most recognized presentation of the Kandyan dance heritage is a most fully adorned West Natua or the Kandyan West dancer. The Kandyan dancer's skill and dance form have been considered as an authentic expression of Sri Lankan culture. And this West dancing troupe is led by Mr. Ishanta Ihalavela and Mr. Lasantha Vansekara.
It is this icon of the West dancer who is the branding identity of the traditional Sri Lankan dancing across the 7 seas, despite the presence of many artistic dance performances that are authentic to traditional Sri Lankan dance. It is amusing to hear that this is the same picture that is illustrated on anyone's mind when they hear the praise Sri Lankan dance, which we could be certainly proud of.
The West dance is more than just a ritual. It is a sacred recitation for protection against misfortune. The costume of these dancers are also considered sacred. The most glamorous costume symbolically represents the regalia of the King Malaya, the royalty who performed in the ancient ritual of Hatapas Mangalaya, which is a healing ceremony that was held 2500 years ago.
Dressed in the white Thumpottiya costume, this is the Karya Karavana Korala, who is the royal official that holds responsibility for all engagements in regard to the offering, the Perahera and the Relic casket. He is only seconded to the Diyavadana Nilame and is the only person in the Perahera who has the permission to walk forward and backwards during the Perahera.
The very special orchestra that leads the Relic casket are the Nagasingham instrumentalists, which is an Indian-influenced ensemble of music that plays its authentic music to escort the Relic casket as the part of the traditions.
We are now at the much awaited and the most devout moment of the Perahera, as we now see the royal Tusker Singharaja of the Sri Dalada Maligawa ceremoniously carrying the Perahera Relic casket, guarded by the Dale elephants, Pulathisi Raja Tusker of Sri Dalada Maligawa and the Mayan Raja Tusker of the Sri Dalada Maligawa. And they are seen sprinkled by jasmine flowers and officiated by the royalties and escorted by the majestic West dancers. This is that moment in which each one in the audience shall rise from their seats regardless of their difficulties and worship and show their respect to the sacred tooth relic. This is the chamber of versifiers of the Kavikara Maduva, the group of poets who walk behind the relic casket while singing the virtues of Lord Buddha. These versifiers are holding several instruments including the Pantheruva and the Udakya, and the speciality of the Kavikara Maduva is that these versifiers shall only perform when the relic casket is taken out of the relic chamber, and shall sing till it is reverentially placed back after the Perahera. This too is in fact an offering of the King Veera Parakrama Narendra Singha to the sacred tooth relic.
Following the most sacred moment of this Perahera, we see the clan of devotees holding flowers and lamps that symbolize an offering to the relic casket.
The youth we see in this occasion are dressed in the most modest costume that we shall ever see in this Perahera. A plain white robe that illustrates the simplicity and the modest behavior that is expected out of a true Buddhist, which is even highlighted in the most gentle walk that we see out of these devotees.
There are several forms of offering that Sri Lankan Buddhists pledge as puja towards the Buddha, and one of its prominent offerings are flowers and incense sticks which offer fragrance to the Buddha. The oil lamps which offer light. We see both flowers and lamps in the hands of these devotees, which interrupt this episode of the Perahera as an offering of fragrance and light towards the sacred relic casket.
We are now seeing the arrival of the second West dancing troupe accompanying the Diya Vadana Nilame in the third Randoli Perahera.
West dancing was considered as a part of royalty itself, where it was formerly associated with the kings since ancient times. When going down history, the West dance was performed in the time of the Anuradhapura kingdom, and this had been rebranded as a Kandy dance only after the royalty had shifted to the kingdom of Kandy.
is worn by the West dancers are very unique, as it is believed to be half of the exact same costume that was the regalia of the Malaya king. The colors of white and red take prominence as the only shades present in the West costume, that is different to the multicolored costumes that we see in our low country traditions of dance. It is interesting to hear that this costume consists of 64 different pieces of accessories that include the Thodupat, Karapatiya, Owl Hair, Deudamala, Silambu, Hangal, to name a few.
The dancers who perform in this part of the Perahera are not just from random participants, but in fact they have been performing in the Kandy Perahera as lineages since the time of their great ancestors. We see the ancestral lineages of Talagahagoda, Verapitiya, Surasena, Bandara and Ihalamana to a name few. And here we see this West dancing troupe is led by Mr. Sanjeeva Verapitiya and Mr. Peter Surasena. The dancers who stand in the first line, right in front of the icon of respect, is the current heir of the particular lineage who shall be leading the dance troupe.
West dancing is considered as a Rupanatum, which means a picturesque dance act. The visual beauty of this dance is commended by this majestic costume that depict the illustration of a god believed to be of the Malaya king.
The steps of the West dance are highly masculine, which is known as Thandava in technical language. The dance is choreographed in very heavy steps that could be performed only by the strongest of men and is undoubtedly a dance performance that requires a lot of energy to perform. The audience cannot just experience the energy of the West dance, but this is also an opportunity to learn about the highly energetic Sri Lankan men who had evolved since our history in this country with so much of man-made developments.
We now see the lay custodian of Sri Dalada Maligawa, the Dear Vadana Nilame, Honorable Pradeep Nilangadala, who walks with utmost pride and majesty while bringing in a true sense of ancient royalty to this Perahera.
The Devadana Nilame is a royal official who granted water to the kings in history and now designated as a lay protector of the sacred tooth relic of Lord Buddha, which makes him one of the truly respected lay leaders in Buddhism in Sri Lanka.
The Devadana Nilame shall walk under the Muthukudaya or the pearl umbrella, surrounded by his army of guards, followed by the Vidane or the chieftain of the 10 associated villages of the Sri Dalada Maligawa. This is the commencement of the Sri Mahanatha Devala Perahera.
The Sri Mahanatha Devalaya in Kandy is located right in front of the Sri Dalada Maligawa, where it is considered as a main shrine that is dedicated towards Lord Natha and one of the oldest buildings in Kandy that was built even before the Sri Dalada Maligawa. The procession of the Natha Devalaya is the first to follow the Dalada Perahera due to the belief that God Natha is the next in line to attain Buddhahood.
Walking up front in the Sri Mahanatha Devala Perahera is a group of Buddhist flag bearers.
The Buddhist flag is a symbol of faith and peace. The 6 colors of the flag represent the colors of the aura that emanated from the body of Lord Buddha when he attained enlightenment under the sacred Bodhi tree. The horizontal strips represent the races of the world living in harmony, while the vertical strips represent eternal world peace.
The colors displayed in the Buddhist flag represent the perfection of Buddhahood and the Dhamma and his preachings. The symbolic identities of these colors are illustrated as blue for universal compassion, yellow for the middle path, red for the blessings, white for purity and liberation, and orange for the unshakable wisdom.
This is the arrival of the Hay Visit Troop, which is led by Mr. S.Y.J. Priyanka Premlal.
Just like how the Hay Visit Troop of the Sri Dalada Maligawa procession engages in their own routine offerings, the Hay Visit Troops of the four Devala Peraharas are the actual lineages who still perform in the daily, weekly, monthly and annual rites and the rituals of the particular Devala. As Hevisi is not just a part of the Sri Dalada Maligawa's ritual, but is also similarly important to the offerings of the Devala shrines as the main puja or the offerings toward the respective god. Interestingly, the tunes that are played by these ensembles are the ones that are unique to the respective Devala.
It is fascinating to know how all of the blend of all these instruments individually contribute to the symphonic sound of the overall ensemble. When musically analyzing the instruments on its own, we see that Dalada is used to create a deep echoing sound. The thumb-matamar, on the other hand, creates a noise that is heard to a far distance, while the Horanava creates a higher-pitched wind noise, and all of this put together creates the iconic symphony that covers the heritage of Sri Lanka.
The premises of the Sri Mahanatha Devalaya in Kandy is recognized since as the Jayabhumiya or the land of luck since the time of our ancestors, based on the indication by an ancient Brahmin named Senkanda. According to the legend, this sage Senkanda had once visited this land and had witnessed a hare being chased by a pack of wolves. And with a flick of moment, the hare has managed to chase the entire pack of wolves by just itself as it entered this land.
And the well-known fact behind Godnatha is a belief that he is the next in line to attain Buddhahood as Maitri Bodhisattva, where he is also identified The iconography of Godnatha is shown as a gentle young man of fair complexion who holds a lotus flower on his left hand. He is in fact feared as one of the most dominant gods associated in the hill country.
Now you're witnessing the first elephant of the Sri Mahanatha Devalaya Perahera, the elephant Sadev Raja, who belongs to Mr. Pradeep Miyanapalava. And it is the tradition that the first elephant to take part in the procession of Godnatha shall carry an official with a unique flag that is described as the flag of Senkadagala, which depict an artistic visualization of Godnatha.
Here we see the Sabaran dancing troupe of Natha Devala Perahera, which is led by Mr. Dilshan Shalika. The choreography of this folk dance that's styled of the upcountry tradition is designed to symbolize fanning, that is performed using different dancing steps, different stances, and the visual beauty that is created by these tassels in motion are surely soothing sight to the eye. The dance is performed as a team. And just as other folk dance performances, this dance too shows several episodes of breaking down into subgroups during the performance.
These tassels are not artificial crafts. In fact, this is known to be the tail hair of the Semara deer who lives in the tip of the Himalayan mountains, which is used as the fanning tool of the royalty since the very ancient times. It is believed that there is no cooling breeze than the air fanned by the Semara tail, and this is why the fanning using these tassels are sometimes also known as Semara Salima.
Here we see the Pantheru dancing troupe that is led by Mr. Ruanmala Singha. The Pantheru is a musical instrument that is used as a rhythm tool across all the three traditions of upcountry, low country, as well as Sabaran. But this Pantheru dance that we are seeing here is exclusively belonging to the Udarata or upcountry tradition of dance.
This is the arrival of the second elephant of the Sri Mahanatha Devala Perahera. see the arrival of the elephant Sumana, who belongs to Venerable Boralande Gnanasaratheru.
Now we see the thumb and tongue proof of the Nanda Devala Perahera, which is led by Mr. Jagat from Relic. Amazing feature about this thumb and tongue performance is that we see both playing and dancing with the thumb and tongue, which is evidently why it is recognized as the thumb and tongue natuma or the thumb and tongue dance. This is truly the fascinating beauty of Sri Lankan performing arts, where our artists are gifted with the talents of making more than what is expected of what we are blessed with.
The Thambattama belongs to the Vitata classification of the Panchathura as it is played using two cane sticks known as Kadipu, and this is why the Thambattam dance is classified as a Vitata dance.
Next in line, we see the Udakki troupe that is led by Mr. Dhammika Tennakon.
Sri Lankan tradition of music introduces 64 different types of drums, and the Udakkiya, what we see now, is considered as the smallest traditional drum that we find in Sri Lanka. It is in fact used as a musical instrument in healing rituals across all three dance traditions of Sri Lanka.
The dancers are dressed in the traditional Kandian attire and dances while playing this instrument along with reciters that glorify the qualities of Lord Buddha. The red ribbon known as the savara that is seen attached to the midpoint of the drum is actually the controller of the drum's rhythm, and in the midst of the dancers dancing, singing and playing. They also do need to be mindful of the rhythm that is manipulated using this technique. It is a norm to hold the Udakkiya from the left hand, and it needs to be planned from the index finger of the right hand.
This is the arrival of the Gonagoda elephant, and the official mounted on top is carrying a Buddhist flag.
is also another interesting folk dance of the upcountry tradition that consists of performers having two wooden sticks on their hands who shall dash them together in a rhythm individually and even among pairs or at times groups. And the legally dancing troupe that we are seeing here is led by Mr. H.M.P. Upali Dharmaratna.
The Sri Mahanatha Devalaya is believed to be built as an offering towards the god Natha by King Vikramabahu III, and the royal buildings, including the palace, had there been built in its surroundings. The Devalaya is built in the form of a Gedige Devalaya, which is of Indian architectural style during the Gampala era. That is the main shrine dedicated towards god Natha, and adjoining the main building is the smaller shrine that is dedicated to god Gambara. It is believed that the Dutch armies had used this same space as their resting place when they arrived to meet the king.
We are now seeing the Rabban dancing troupe of Sri Mahanatha Esala Perahera. The Rabbana or hand tambourine is a very popular object used in the folk dancing tradition in Sri Lanka known as the Rabban Natuma.
The Rabban dance involves atmaru or changing of hands while performing this dance. And the tunes we hear being played by the dance orchestra are authentic recitals that are exclusive to the Rabban dance itself, which are known as Rabban Kavi.
The Nayandi dancing troupe that we see here is led by Mr. Indika Pradeep Attaragama. word Nayandi is in the fact the name of the costume that is worn by the Nayandi dancers, which is the same costume that is worn by the Canadian West dancer, with the exclusion of the devoted headdress that is replaced with a cloth turban with a knot on the head center that is taking the shape of a cobra.
And this is the elephant Kandula, who belongs to Bindu Appuhami of Kagalla Aturupana, Valawa. And the official mounted on top is seen carrying a Buddhist flag.
Here we see a second dancing troupe of Raban.
An amazing fact behind the Sri Mahanatha Devala is that it was the sacred site which was used for the naming and crowning of the new kings during the ancient Kandian era. The inheritors of the crown would customarily visit the Vishnu Devalaya first and then arrive at the Sri Mahanatha Devalaya to pick their favored name as the king among the golden nameplates and then be crowned amidst all the worship and respect.
And when talking about the Narration Perahera, the Raban dancing troupe, the Rabana is at times recognized as a drum of prosperity, belonging to the Arthatha classification of traditional music instruments, both the Rabana as well as the Bummadia, which are the drums played only using bare hands that are used in the agricultural entertainment and ritualistic activities in the village setup. And we can see the spin of this Raban in the flexible long cane sticks of these players, that they are maintaining a great balance. And it is a highlighted episode of this act when they throw these tambourines towards the sky and surprisingly catch each Raban back on their sticks or from their hands. We see the first West dancing troupe of Randoli Perahera, which is led by Mr. Vishuddhi Verapitiya.
The West dance is more than just a ritual. It is a sacred recitation for protection against misfortune. Therefore, the costume of these dances are also considered sacred. The most glamorous costume symbolically represent the regalia of the King Malaya, the royalty who performed the ancient ritual of Hatapas Mangalaya, which is a healing ceremony that was held 2500 years ago.
We are looking at the Sri Mahanatha Devala Perahera. When talking about the legend of God Natha, it takes us down through many castes in Buddhism, including the Mahayana and Theravada traditions, where he is predominantly associated as the future Buddha. In the Sri Lankan history, there are recorded evidence and mentions of God Natha in the Sandesh of Tisara, Gira and Ko, where God Natha was one of the prime deities who was seeked by the ancient kings of Sri Lanka.
Now we are witnessing the most awaited and the most devout moment of the Sri Mahanatha Devala Perahera, and the royal elephant Vauru Kannala Arjuna elephant is carrying the godly ornaments guarded by the Dala elephants, the Kandula elephant and the Kueni elephant. And this is the arrival of the second West troop of the Sri Mahanatha Devala Perahera, and this troop is led by Mr. Asanka Karunaratna.
West dancing was considered as a part of royalty itself, where it was formally associated with the kings since ancient times. When going down the history, the West dance was performed in the time of Anuradhapura kingdom, and this had been rebranded as a Kandian dance only after the royalty had shifted to the kingdom of Kandy. was in the 4th century BC when the first ever Hattepas Mangalya was performed in Sri Lanka by the Malaya king to cure a divitas or godly curse that had been bestowed upon King Pandavasdeva, who is in fact a descendant of King Vijaya, the Indian prince who discovered the land of Sri Lanka as Tambapalli. The West dance is more than just a ritual. It is a sacred visitation for protection against misfortune. Therefore, the costume of these dances are also considered sacred.
Today, the Basnayaka Nilame of the Sri Mahanatha Devalaya will be represented by the Basnayaka Nilame of the Dodangwalanatha Devalaya, Honorable Mahesh Thanna, and the Basnayaka Nilame of the Vegiriyanatha Devalaya of Udunwara. Witnessing the commencement of the Sri Mahavishnu Devala Perahera.
The Sri Mahavishnu Devalaya in Kandy, that is also prominently identified as the Mahadevalaya or the Great Shrine, is a main shrine in the hill capital that is dedicated to Lord Vishnu among the Satara Mahadevalaya in Kandy. The Devalaya is located northeast to the Sri Dalada Maligawa.
Walking up front in the Sri Mahavishnu Esala Perahera is a troop of district flag bearers. When we think about the legend of Lord Vishnu, among the diverse religious beliefs that are observed in this island nation of Sri Lanka, Lord Vishnu is a virtuous god who is popularly been worshipped by both Sri Lankan Hindu and Buddhist devotees. He is known by 108 other names including Hari, Madhava, Narayana, apart from the Sri Lankan recognition as Upulvan.
When talking about the word Upulvan, the Lord Vishnu is believed to be dark in skin tone, which is the reason why his illustration is shown in the color of blue. His appearance illustrates Lord Vishnu sitting on the mythical bird Garuda, known as the Gurulu in Sri Lankan context, holding a lotus flower, a conch shell and Sudarshana chakra in his 4 hands ahead of the great 5-headed cobra named Shesha.
And this is the arrival of the official Hevisi troupe of the Sri Maha Vishnu Devala Perahera. The Hevisi troupe of the Sri Mahavishnu Devala is notably special among all of the other Hevisi troupes that we see throughout this procession based on several importances. As we know, the inaugural ritual of the Esala Perahera is the cup situema, or the planting of the jack in the auspicious hour. And this piece of jack plant is being cut from the village of Alutnura, that is located the footsteps of Kaduganaga, which marks the entrance to the district of Kandy. And it is also known for the Alutnura Sri Dadimunna Devala, that is the main shrine in Sri Lanka that is dedicated to Lord Dadimunda. The chosen piece of jack plant or couple is ceremoniously brought all the way from Alutnura Sri Dadimunna Devala premises to the Dadimunna Devala in Kandy on the mount of a Tusker along a distance of 25 kilometers. The Dadimunna Devala in Kandy is located in the Sri Mahavishnu Devala premises itself, and this is where the main piece of jack plant shall be cut into 4 equal quarters and distributed to the other 3 Devala shrines on the mounts of 3 Tuskers. This Hevisi troupe is in fact the exact ensemble that shall take part in all these events mentioned above throughout its ritual from Alutnura to Kandy. And apart from the cup situema, this Hevisi troupe of Sri Mahavishnu Devala is the designated ensemble that is tasked with alarming the other 4 Devala shrines on the right to team to lead the Diya Kapila, or the water cutting ceremony, that is one of the final rituals that are conducted on the following early morning at the end of the final Randoli Perahera.
we see the legally dancing troupe of Vishnu Devala Perahera. Legally is also another interesting folk dance of the upcountry tradition that consists of performers having two wooden sticks on their hands who shall dash them together in a rhythm individually and even among pairs or at times groups. The fast tempo that is performed in several episodes of the Likeli dance creates the sense of energy that truly creates a battle atmosphere, which once again connects the folk dance with the previously told affiliation with warriorsing.
When we go back to the legend of Lord Vishnu, the concept of Trinity in Hinduism, which is known as the Trimurtiya, consists of three main gods. Namely, they are the Lord Brahma, the creator of the world, Lord Shiva, who is the destroyer of the world, and Lord Vishnu, who is the preserver of the world. Apart from the Trimurti, another similar concept of Hinduism known as Smartha involves Lord Vishnu, where 5 deities including Lord Shiva, Lord Shakti, Lord Ganesh and Lord Surya and Lord Vishnu himself, which promotes equal faith to all 5 of these deities.
We are seeing the Likeli dancing troupe in the Vishnu Devala Perahera. But it is interesting to see that there is an affiliation with this Likelia with Lord Kataragama. And this great deity is considered as the god of war, and the dance act such as Likeli portrays the simple rehearsals of battle.
And now you're seeing the majestic tusker, the Tusker Rohana Raja in the Sri Mahavishnu Devala Perahera.
And now we see the Pantheru dancing troupe of Sri Mahavishnu Devala Perahera, which is led by Mr. K.G. Dharmasiri.
Among the many legends behind the evolution of the Pantheruva, one such story describes how the Pantheruva is in fact the Chakrayudaya of Lord Vishnu. The illustrated appearance of Lord Vishnu is portrayed as a deity with 4 arms holding 4 different objects: the lotus flower, the conch shell, the mace, and the Sudarshana Chakra, which is a swirling disc that is considered as the most powerful weapon that could defeat the strongest of enemies. In that sense, the Pantheru dance seems literally affiliated and important to be engaged as a dance to perform in this episode of the Perahera that is dedicated to Lord Vishnu.
And when talking about the costume of these Pantheru dancers, we can see that they are having the most simplest attires that are designed in the upcountry tradition. This consists of a white cloth turban, kadukka, bangles and the pyjama trousers. The simplicity of this costume was based on 2 reasonings. One, for being an associated offering to the sacred tooth relic, and for being able to freely perform during the faster tempos. Moreover, the simplicity of the dance form brings to mind the simplicity and evenness required in the daily lives of people as the troop steps forward on the streets of the city.
And this is the arrival of the elephant Gagana in the Sri Maha Vishnu Devala Perahera.
Followed by the elephant, it is the Savaran dancing troupe that is led by Mr. Ruwan Talgagoda. The dance items which involve these tassels are used quite often in the Perahera. But this is not the usual Chamara dance, but this dance is recognized as the Savaran dance that is similar dance to Chamara but with a different prop that is used. The sweet tune that is blown using the flute is very mesmerizing to the ear, and the tunes we hear from these flutes are in fact specific poems that are exclusively written for the Savaran dance known as Savaran Kavi.
Lord Vishnu is believed to be dark in skin tone, which is the reason why his illustration is shown in the color of blue. His appearance illustrates Lord Vishnu sitting on the mythical bird Garuda, known as Gurula in Sinhala Sri Lankan context, holding a lotus flower, a mace, a conch shell, and the Sudarshana Chakra in his four hands ahead of the great five-headed cobra named Shesha. These elements have now become the unique features of this Perahera segment itself, where we see the dominance of the color blue throughout this Perahera of the Sri Maha Vishnu Devalaya, and his godly weapons being used as illustrations on the elephant costumes too.
Choreography of this folk dance that's styled of the upcountry tradition is designed to symbolize fanning that is performed using different dance steps, different stanzas, and the visual beauty that is created by these tassels in motion are surely a soothing sight to see.
And this is the arrival of the elephant Banda of the Sri Mahavishnu Devala Perahera. And you can see that this elephant is also clad in blue color to represent God Natha. God Vishnu.
This is the arrival of the Nayandi dancing troupe of the Vishnu Mahadevala Perahera that is led by Mr. Sirisena Nithawela. The Nithawela lineage is who we see now performing the Nayandi dance, who descends from the celebrity Kandian dancer Nithawela Gunaya, where his family has continued to represent themselves in this great cultural event with lead of its current hair artist Nithawela Sirisena.
Legends believe that the Lord Vishnu is a future Buddha after God Natha, which is the evident reason as to why we see the procession of the Sri Mahavishnu Devala following after the procession of the Sri Mahanatha Devala according to the tradition of Kandy Esala Perahera.
When talking about the Nayandi dancing, the speciality of this dancing is that the dance is primarily performed by the primitive Kandian dance artists who have not yet been attained reverentially as a West dancer, and any dance artist who aspires to crown as a Kandian West dancer would first need to master the skill of Nayandi in order to proceed.
Seeing the arrival of a door of elephants in the Sri Mahavishnu Devala Perahera, and on the left we see the elephant Mudunkoth, and on the right we see the elephant Kumari.
of Sri Mahavishnu Devala Perahera, which is led by Mr. Pasindu Pahala Matagawa. Is a very special episode of the Udakki dance performance where we saw the performers grouping up into subgroups to create a knot out of their drums that is fascinating to see how it is being tied and removed in compliance to its dance orientation.
Different sources of history have pronounced this deity and the Devalaya by different names, where one such evidence noted by the English prisoner Robert Knox had called this deity in this Devalaya as Alutnuara Deviyo, who had been brought to the Alutnuara in Kegol from Devinuara in Matara, while another legend identifies this god as Upulwan Deviyo, which translates to the blue color god.
The dancers of Udakki performance are dressed in traditional Kandian attire, and here we can see that they are reciting the recitals that glorify the qualities of Lord Buddha.
Now we are witnessing the arrival of two female elephants in the Sri Mahavishnu Devala Perahera. On the left we see the Chuti Manike elephant, and on the right we saw the Surani elephant.
Now you are seeing the West dancing troupe, which is led by Mr. Sarath Ekanayaka. It is believed that the Sri Mahavishnu Devalaya in Kandy was built by King Senarath in between 1604 and 1635, during the time in which the Upulwan Devalaya in Alutnuara was destroyed by the Portuguese in midst of their Kandian invasion. With the rulers of the Nayakara clan
who are of Indian origin took over Sri Lanka, the Uppulvan Deviyo was transformed to a Vishnu Devalaya based upon their origins of beliefs.
And as we see, the West dancing steps are highly masculine, which is also known as Tandava. So, of course, being a West dancer is no an easy deal. Any primitive dancer needs years and years of practice and skill in order to be crowned as a West dancer, and they are only permitted to wear this West tattoo or the much respected headdress is only after they are religiously coronated as a West dancer, which is a highly respected tradition that is even practiced in the modern times.
We now witness the most devout moment of the Sri Mahavishnu Devala Perahera, and the royal elephant, the royal tusker, the tusker Rama, is carrying the godly ornaments, who is guarded by the elephants, Alapatha elephant and the Biyagama Rani elephant.
This is the third Randoli procession of Kandy Esala Perahera 2026, brought to you by the media and the Special Projects Bureau of Sri Dalada Maligawa. Now we see the second West dancing troupe of Sri Mahavishnu Devala Perahera, which is led by Mr. Samad Siri from the Kondadeniya lineage. When talking about the legend Vishnu, people believe that Lord Vishnu is a future Buddha after god Natha, which is evident reason as to why we see the procession of Sri Mahavishnu Devalaya following after the procession of the Sri Mahanatha Devalaya according to the traditions of the Kandy Esala Perahera. Here we are seeing the most unique and the most recognized presentation of the Kandyan dance heritage, the fully adorned West Natua or the Kandyan West dancer.
Today, the Basnayaka Nilame of the Sri Mahavishnu Devalaya is represented by Honorable Basnayaka Nilame of the Lanka Telecommunication Devalaya Udunuvara, Priyantha Amunugana. witnessing the commencement of the Sri Maha Kataragama Devala Perahera.
The Sri Maha Kataragama Devalaya in Kandy is one of the key places of worship that are dedicated to Lord Kataragama in the city of Kandy, and the speciality of the Sri Maha Kataragama Devalaya being the only out of the Satara Mahadevala or four main shrines that is located outside the premises of the Sri Dalada Maligawa, as it is located in the Kottagudala Vedya, which was known as the ancient Kavikara Vedya, where the poets of the king had used to reside during the times of royalty.
Walking up front in the Sri Maha Kataragama Devala Perahera is a troop of Buddhist flag bearers.
The Buddhist flag is a symbol of faith and peace. The 6 colors of the flag represent the colors of the aura that is emanated from the body of Lord Buddha when he attained enlightenment under the sacred Bodhi tree. The horizontal strips represent the races of the world living in harmony, while the vertical strips represent the eternal world peace.
Lord Kataragama, or the god of war, is a divine deity who is worshipped as Kanda Kumara, Murugan in South Indian tradition, and as Kanda Suridun, Kadira or Kataragama Deviyo in his Sri Lankan cult. He is considered as one of the most powerful deities who has an appearance of 6 heads and 12 hands, who sits on the peacock with his consorts Tevani Amman and Valli Amman. It is believed that the Lord Kataragama is the younger son of Lord Shiva and goddess Parvati, and he is considered as an important deity in the Indian subcontinent since the ancient times. These are the peacock flag bearers, who is recognized as the sacred bird of the Kataragama cult, as the vehicle or the mount of Lord Kataragama.
Here we see the Hevisi troop, which is led by Mr. P.V. James.
The Hevisi troop of the Sri Maha Kataragama Devalaya is quite notable when compared to the other troops of Hevisi due to the difference in its tune and tempo. The style of Hevisi not just depends on the regional or situational variances, but also varies among the several lineages that perform this traditional duty.
This Hevisi troop that leads the procession of the Sri Maha Kataragama Devalaya is hailing from the lineage of Mr. P.V. James Gurunase, that is distinguished for its fast tempo that is similarly unique to the customs of the rituals affiliated towards Lord Kataragama and and also by carrying the large windpipe known as the kombua, which we did not witness in the other parts of the procession.
When we look back at the legend of Lord Katharagama, the god of Katharagama is mostly represented with an iconography with 6 faces that symbolize 6 of his divine powers and attributes. The first, which radiates light that dispels darkness. The second, that expresses compassion and pity for humans. The third, that shows goodness and gentleness towards the peaceful. The fourth, that shines beautifully as a moon while exploring the future. And the fifth, that blesses the victims of the battlefields. And the sixth is the kind husband who shows benevolence to both his consorts.
Talking about this melodious Hevisi music, the prominent drums used in Hevisi have its own distinct characteristics. The Dawla, which belongs to the classification of Vitatatata among the Panchaturanada, is played using both bare hand and the stick, which is known as the Kadipua. It is 15 inches long in length with a circumference of 45 inches and is in fact the main drum that is used for dance and traditional rituals of the Sabaragamu culture in Sri Lanka, which is authentic to the cities of Ratnapura, Kuruvita and Balangoda, even though it resembles a prominent place in the upcountry Hevisi ensemble too.
The legend of Lord Katharagama narrates his arrival in Sri Lanka as a very interesting story of romance. According to the the story, Lord Kataragama had witnessed a tribal young girl named Valli from the southeastern wilds of Sri Lanka, whom he fell in love with. In order to win Valli as his consort, he had reached Sri Lanka via the shores of Deondara in Matara and reached the city of Kataragama in search for Valli. You're now witnessing the arrival of the first elephant of the Sri Maha Kataragama Devalaya. And this is the elephant Gamonu, who belongs to Mr. Mahesh Wijesekara of Attanagalla.
And here we see the Chamara dancing troupe, which is led by Mr. Hasitha Ramanayaka. The ancient poetic anthology that was written during the kingdom of Kotte, that is famously known as the Salalihini Sandesha quotes that white tussles in motion along with majestic elephants are one of the supreme sights of auspicious visualities, and the Chamara dance is certainly an inclusion to add more auspicious value to this Perahera. The idea of including this Chamara dance ahead of the Perahera is to symbolize the fanning to the impending sacred tooth relic, just like how it was performed in actual form back then. Interestingly, you should not miss to notice how two of the same Chamara shall be clipped to the ears of the royal tusker, who shall be carrying the relic casket, where the Chamara shall fan the relic casket in each time in which the tusker shall flap its ears.
Lord Kataragama is believed to be the divine force behind the ancient King Dutugamanu in his battle against the Chola invaders of the Dravidian King Elara. The present Ruhunu Maha Kataragama Devalaya was in fact the commitment of the vow that was made by King Dutugamanu, who built the Ruhunu Maha Kataragama Devalaya, inaugurated its Asala festival that commemorates the divine marriage between god Kataragama and goddess Valli, and commanded that the procession needs to be held annually regardless of any circumstances, still the eternal existence of the sun and the moon.
And when looking at these Chamara dances, swinging these white tassels in various stances, that not just creates a soothing visual to the audience, but also remind the audience of the ancient times in which the Chamara played a prominent role in cooling ourselves in the absence of the modern day equipment that we are using today.
Apart from the Sri Maha Kataragama Devale in Kandy, there are several other shrines around the Kandy which are dedicated towards God Kataragama, which includes the Wallahagoda Kataragama Devale in Gampala, the Ambekke Kataragama Devale in Udunuvara, and the Ganegoda Kataragama Devale in Doluwa, and Morape Kataragama Devale in Pussallava.
On this year 2026, we are witnessing the grace of 1716th Perahera that had begun during the reign of King Kitsisi Megavarna, who pledged that the relics must be carried around the city once a year, and this tradition still continues, followed by the succession of many ruling kings, prime ministers, and presidents of our country.
Now you're witnessing a troupe of Pantheru dancers who are led by Mr. Nilesh of the Nilesh Arts Academy.
Pantheru is a small instrument with a brass circular framed castanet with 5 cymbals fixed to it, which gives a subtle metallic sound as it shakes. It was originally used to keep up the beat in the chamber of versifiers or the Kavikara Maduva, and is considered as one of the authentic tunes that are engaged with the sound offerings associated with the Dalada Puja.
The Sri Mahakataragama Devalaya had been built during the reign of King Narendra Singha, and where it was considered as a personal Devala shrine to the Kandian kings for their devotional rituals in order to receive blessings of Lord Kataragama. And now you're witnessing the arrival of the Sudu Manike elephant, who belongs to Mr. Buddhika Miriyalla of Ganetanna. And this is another unique dance performance in the Sri Mahakataragama Esala Perahera. And this is a troupe of Paturu dancers who are trained and led by Mr. Hasitha Ramayana of the Hasitha Ramayana Arts Academy.
Paturu is an upcountry styled folk dance that is known for its faster tempo when compared to other folk dance acts that is performed in the country. The dancers hold a set of wooden splinters known as paturu on one hand, and they perform to the beat of the upcountry gatabere drum and the melodious flute while clapping the splinters on various designated parts of the body. The Paturu dance may explicitly seem as if it is an singular choreograph, but careful attention would show how this dance involves group work, where we see the performers collaborating with each other as a group and in subgroups that highlights the unity and harmony among the village youth of Sri Lanka.
Speaking of the folk dances in Sri Lanka, we are able to notice several notable characteristics such as simplicity, the group collaboration, using of props, enjoyment, and recitals of poems. In fact, the building blocks of rural folk dancing implies the social connections between the villages, where the dancing acts too include several episodes of interaction among them. Now you're witnessing the arrival of the elephant Kempitier, the Kempitier elephant, who belongs to Mr. Dhanuka Kempitier of Mavanalla. This is the Nayandi dance troupe of the Kataragama Perahera, which is trained and led by Mr. G.J. Malagammana of the Malagammana Arts Academy.
The Nayandi dance is said to be belonging to the classification of Rupanatum due to its visual richness in attraction, and this dance is also known as Adaves, meaning half of the West costume, and at times even known as Tanikachi, that relates to the special head turban that is worn by the Nayandi dancers. Here we see the Bhakti Kavadi dancing troupe of the Kataragama Devala Perahera.
The Sri Lankan orientation of Kavadi dancing has segregated into several variants which are known as Bhakti Kavadi, Kiri Kavadi, Agni Kavadi and Paravi Kavadi, which have their unique features different to each other. And what we see here is the procession tonight is a variant of Bhakti Kavadi, where the uniqueness of this variant is the concept that the hillock is made under much purified practices and is lifted only after being offered to God with 120 peacock feathers attached to it, with the belief that even 100 people cannot lift the hillock apart from the designated devotee.
When talking about the Kavadi dance, the music that they play in the Kavadi dance is playing a major role, and the religious city of Kataragama shall never experience an hour that does not tune this music, as most of the pilgrims will flock to the city of Kataragama. And here we see it is in the Kandy Esala Perahera.
The vibrance of the procession is multiplied by many with the peacock dance coming into the picture. Sri Lankans identify the peacock as a unique creation of nature due to its distinct features of physical appearance. But the speciality of the peacock in this Perahera is beyond its attraction, as this dance depicts the beauty of the peacock as the godly vehicle of Lord Kataragama.
And this beautiful peacock dance is presented by the Krishu Dancing Academy. Though we hear the melodies of the Kataragama, but the peacock is in fact depicted in traditional Sri Lankan upcountry dancing style too, as known as the Peacock Symphony or known as the Mayura Vannama. And in Mayura Vannama, it uses the traditional upcountry dance movements to illustrate the charming beauty of the peacock. But here, this dance is rather a creative dance that is not connected that much with the Sri Lankan Mayura Vannama, but instead much similar to the Mayilanattam dance that is rooted to the South Indian states of Kerala and Tamil Nadu.
The significant features of this dance include the glittery, vibrant costumes that add color to the procession's glamour, and on the other hand, the large peacock feathered prop, as well as the facial expressions of these performers depicts the charming grace of a peacock in its naturally romantic episodes of impressing its opposites.
And here we see the carved dancing troupe of the Kandy Esala Perahera. Among the many different offerings that are made towards Lord Kathragama, Kavadi dancing is renowned as one of the most prominent dancing devotions that is performed to impress the Lyceums. Kavati is in fact a Tamil word that translates to burden in English language, and this dance ritual originates from South India by the name of Kavadi Attam or burden dance. And the devotees believe that Lord Kathragama is impressed by energy, and Kavadi dancing is one of its key interpretations, where these performers hold the hillocks known as Kavadi or physical burden, or a semicircle shaped wooden prop with peacock feathers attached to it on their shoulders, and dance to the fast tempo music in full energy, while at times the most authentic form of Kavati is performed without a single practice of choreography, but instead a fast-paced and highly energetic dance.
The religious city of Kathragama shall never experience an hour that does not tune to this music, as most of the pilgrims who flock to the city of Kathragama consider performing a Kavadi dance around the sacred site as part of their venerated offerings, as well as thanking to their wishes that are granted by the Divine Lord. In fact, this offering has no barriers of age, gender, race, religion, or socio-economic class, as Lord Kathragama is undoubtedly venerated by all people alike, regardless of differentiation. In fact, any festival that is linked with Lord Kathragama shall never be completed without this energetic buzzing vibrance of Kavadi.
And also these dancing styles, the music, they are bringing us to a newest dimension that is very different from the other parts of the procession, which proves that this Kandy Esala Perahera is one of the best and most amazing cultural pageants in the country.
Following the energetic Kavadi troupe is the elephant Sandali, who belongs to Mr. Ajit Galage from Hambantota Bird Park.
Now we see the West Dancing Troupe, which is led by Mr. G.J. Maligawa.
When we talk about the history of West dancing in Sri Lanka, it was in the 4th century BC when the first ever Hatapas Mangala was performed in Sri Lanka by the Malaya king to cure a Dividos, or a godly curse that has been bestowed upon King Panduvasdeva, who is in fact a descent of the King Vijaya, the Indian prince who discovered the land of Sri Lanka as Tambapani. The story of King Vijaya and his tribal wife Kuveni is in fact the birth story of the royal tradition of Kandian dancing, which is quite interesting to learn.
When talking about the history of the West dancing, let's talk about how the West dance has added up to the Kandy Esala Perahera. So takes down to nearly a century, where it was introduced to the Kandy Esala Perahera by the former Devata Nilame Punchi Bandara Nugavera in the year 1919, where 4 West dancers representing the Suramba lineage had danced in front of the royal tusker, carrying the relic casket to the beat of just 2 Gatabella drums, which has now developed into this level.
We discussed many different reasons as to how the Perahera of Kataragama Devalaya is much different to the rest of the procession. And another such reason is the Nadaswaran ensemble that creates South Indian music offering ahead of the ceremonial elephant who carries the godly ornaments of Lord Kataragama. Unlike the other 4 Devala shrines, the chief priest or the Iyer of the Sri Maha Kataragama Devala in Kandy is not of Sinhalese origin, but He is in fact an Indian national who is of a traditional Brahmic lineage and is delegated to perform this venerative task since many generations, where it was his father who performed this duty before him. This is the most devout moment of the Sri Maha Kataragama Devala Perahera, and the godly elements are carried by the majestic elephant, Elephant Esala, who is guarded by the Dali elephants, Elephant Hadala and Denuka. Followed by the godly ornaments are the second troop of West dancers of the Sri Maha Kataragama Devalaya, and these West dancers are trained and led by Mr. G.J. Malagammana of the Malagammana Arts Academy.
Lord Katargama, or the god of war, is a divine deity who is worshipped as Kanda Kumara, Kartikeya or Murugan in South Indian tradition, and as Kanda Surindun, Kadira or Katargama Devyu in his Sri Lankan cult. He is considered as one of the most powerful deities who has an appearance of 6 heads and 12 hands, who sits on the peacock with his consorts Tevani Amman and Walli Amman. It is believed that Lord Katragama is a younger son of Lord Shiva and goddess Parvati, and he is considered as an important deity in the Indian subcontinent since ancient times, worshipped as Mahasena and Kumara in North India, and is predominantly worshipped in the state of Tamil Nadu and other parts of South India, Sri Lanka, Singapore, Malaysia, and Mauritius.
Today, the Basnayaka Nilame of the Sri Maha Kataragama Devalaya is represented by a Basnayaka Nilame of a village shrine affiliated to the Sri Maha Kataragama Devalaya, Kandy. Now you're witnessing the commencement of the Sri Maha Esala Perahera.
The Sri Maha Esala in Kandy is the only shrine of the Kandian Sandara Mahadevalaya that is dedicated to the virtuous goddess Pattini, who is also the only female representation among the guardian deities of the sacred tooth relic. This Devalaya is located in the premises of the Sri Dalada Maligawa, which can be easily reached via the Devavidya. And here we see the Buddhist flag bearers of the Sri Maha Esala Perahera.
The shrine devoted to goddess Pattini in Kandy is a simple, small rectangular building on the usual stone platform. It consists of 4 compartments, including the traditional Kandian roof adorns, golden entrance to the chamber, and charming elegance that makes this Devalaya a simple but beautiful shrine that is home to many devotees who flock to this Kandian shrine to worship goddess Pattini. In addition to the shrine dedicated to goddess Pattini, we also witness a shrine made towards goddess Durga in the same premises. The current building that we see is believed to be built by King Narendra Singha during his reign.
When talking about the colors displayed in the Buddhist flag, it represents the perfection of Buddhahood and Dhamma, as well as his preachings. The symbolic identities of these colors are illustrated as blue for universal compassion, yellow for the middle path, red for blessings, white for purity and liberation, and orange for the unshakable wisdom. Here we see the hair visitor of Sri Maha Esala Perahera.
When we think about the legend of Goddess Pattini is famed as the goddess of chastity and is still considered as the most popular deity among Sri Lankans despite being a goddess of South Indian origin. The virtues of Goddess Pattini are narrated in a Tamil epic which was written in the 2nd century along with several other poetic literature that was written in Sri Lanka during the 18th and 19th century.
The tune of Hevesi is believed to be spiritually healing the ill and creates immense satisfaction when being heard by a devoted person. More interestingly, many local and foreign visitors find it very soothing to stay within the Dalada Maligawa premises during the daily offering times of Devava, as the entire surrounding of this temple of the tooth get filled with a symphonic sound of Hevesi, which dives deep into our blood and creates a patriotic feeling about ourselves, our religion, our culture, and our traditions. Just like how the Hevesi troupe of the Sri Dalada Maligawa procession engages in their own routing offerings, the Hevesi troops of the 4 Devalaya Peraharas are the actual lineages who still perform in the daily, weekly, monthly, and annual rites and the rituals of the particular Devalaya, as Hevesi is not just a part of the Sri Dalada Maligawa's rituals but also similarly important to the offerings of the Devala shrines.
Now you're witnessing the arrival of the first elephant of the Sri Mahapatte Devala Perahera, the elephant Isuru, who belongs to Venerable Urulavatte Dhammarakkhita Himi.
Now we see the female Pantheru dancing troupe, which is led by Ms. K.M. Ishani Vidya Kulasiri from the Jayasani dancing troupe.
We spoke about several origins of Pantheru, and of the most popularly assumed legend is that the Pantheru descends from the Gini Salama or the anklets of goddess Pattini. The cult of goddess Pattini is highly associated with the anklets, which is recognized as one of her unique symbols, where her illustrations show goddess Pattini holding the 2 anklets in her hands, along with the Duhul Salua or the shawl. The poems written for the Pantheru dance has connections with goddess Pattini, which provides enough evidence for the affiliations between Pantheru and goddess Pattini. Now we are seeing the arrival of the Tusker Mihin Raja, who belongs to Venerable Gatamane Gunaratna Thero.
we see the Thalam dancing troupe, which is led by Mrs. Dhananjana Jayaratna. The Thalam putter, or the small set of cymbals, are a vital instrument used in all forms of traditional dancing in Sri Lanka and also in India to maintain the pace and rhythm of the dance. That is technically mentioned as the Tit Matra. But here, the Thalam dance considers these little cymbals as the main prop itself, where the dancers play the cymbals in the denoted rhythm, which aligns the footwork and hand movements accordingly.
The female representation of Thalam has a slight challenge that have been effectively met by these dancers. The norm of Sri Lankan traditional dancing has two gender-based variants named Thandava and Lasara, which differentiate steps based on the gender. Thalam is a dance act that involves fast steps at several points and maintaining the feminine touch of Lasara while being fast may sound quite challenging. Yet our talented young artists have groomed themselves with the skill to make themselves to what they perform. And now we are witnessing the arrival of the elephant Ratna, who belongs to the Venerable Dhammadinna Himi of Palmadulla Rajamaha Vihara.
And here we see the female Nayadi dancing troupe, which is led by Mrs. U.G. Lakshmi Kumari. One may wonder if the elegant presentations of Kandy dancing is only biased towards the males, as we notice in the dances of West and Nayandi. This thought is certainly proved wrong with this dance act, which is in fact the same Nayandi dance we saw before, but this time a female representation that is choreographed in a way which suits a feminine or lascive atmosphere that is expected out of a female performer. A special feature of this dance is the Shirshabara or Paimpapa, which is very special headgear that is worn by the dancers. Just like how the West dancers are ceremoniously adorned with the West headgear, its female counterpart is the Shirshabara or the Paimpap headdress.
Following the female Nayani dance troupe, this is the elephant Nandi Mitra, who belongs to Venerable Kiriyande Ananda Himi of the Gatabaruwa Rajamaha Vihara.
This is the mixed Paturu dancing group which is led by Mr. Nishant Sangeet Navaranga.
The cult of goddess Pattini narrates many amusing stories which are all part of the legend of this great goddess. One of the most interesting out of such legends is her birth story, which is popular as Sat Pattini, where it reveals 7 different ways in which she has been born, which includes the stories of goddess Pattini being born out of a mango, a dewdrop, cobra tear, demeter flower, a shawl, fire, and lightning. And this is the arrival of the elephant Sanju, who belongs to Mr. Jagat Dvitana of Matugama.
And here we see the Kulu dancing troupe, which is led by Mr. Hemanta Sri Ratnakumara. With every graceful movement and every powerful beat, the Kulu dancers bring to life a vibrant celebration of culture, energy, and elegance. As we all know, the Kulla or the winnowing fan is something that we are using from the beginning, from the ancient times by the females in their day-to-day activities. And here we can see how it has been added in order to make a beautiful dancing performance.
And this is the arrival of the elephant Chola, who belongs to Venerable Bengamue Dhammadinna Himi of Palmadulla Rajamaha Vihara. And the official mounted on top of the elephant was carrying a brass umbrella.
Followed by the elephant is a Savaran dancing troupe, which is led by Mrs. Nilka Vijay Nayaka.
Goddess Pattini is much popular among Sri Lankans due to her power in curing diseases among women and small children. This is the same reason many of the Sri Lankan low country healing rituals, including the Gam Maduwa, Devol Maduwa and Pahan Maduwa, have accepted its protagonist deity as goddess Pattin. The popularity of these ceremonies can only be agreed by an eyewitness, where thousands of devotees spend an entire sleepless night in the ritual grounds to experience and worship this miraculous power of healing.
And talking about this Savarang dancing group, we can see that many younger children are taking part, which says that our culture is in safe hands. And that sweet tune of music that is there coming with the blow using the flute is very mesmerizing to the ear. And those tunes we hear from these flutes are in fact specific poems that are exclusively written for the Savarang dance, known as Savarang Kavi.
Following the Savaran dancers is the elephant Tarindu, who belongs to Venerable Thero of the Kataragama Kirivehera Rajamaha Viharaya.
Here we see the Raban dancing troupe, which is led by Mr. BPCS Jayaratna from the Rekha Dancing Academy of Halloluwa, Yatihalagala.
The male-dominated presence of artists that we saw previously is no longer visible as we see the entrance of female representation of the Perahera, which is indeed the speciality of the Sri Mahapattini Devala Perahera. Being the only goddess that is venerated in this religious pageant, this segment of the Perahera not just celebrates the virtues of goddess Pattini, but it also celebrates the greatness of women and their value to the existence of this world.
And more importantly, here we see the female drum players too. The spinning game of Raban can be identified as a developed performance of the Raban dance. We see several generations of artists of different age levels who have developed this intrinsic skill from childhood by learning to spin various objects.
Now we are seeing a duo of elephants in the Sri Mahapattini Devala Perahera, and on the left we see the elephant Balangoda Kumari and on the right we see the elephant Manike.
Here we see the West dancing troupe of Pattini Esala Perahera, which is led by Mr. Mithun Bandara. Though we consider the West dancing is the most unique and the most recognized presentation of Kandian dance heritage, it is more than just a dance. It's a ritual, and here we can hear the sacred recitation for the protection against misfortune.
Now we are witnessing the most devout moment of the Sri Mahapattini Esala Perahera, and the godly elements are carried by the Giriyulla Mangala elephant, guarded by the Sita elephant and Dangovita Manike elephant. Followed by the godly ornaments are the second troop of West dancers of the Pattini Esala Perahera procession, which is led by Mr. Chandana K. Jayaratna. Today, the Basnayaka Nilame of the Sri Mahapattini Devalaya is represented by the Honorable Basnayaka Nilames of the rural shrines affiliated to the Sri Mahapattini Devalaya in Kandy. It is the custom that 4 Randoli are carried right at the end of the procession during the 5 nights of the Randoli Peraheras. The 4 Randolis represent the Queen's identity in the Perahera, and they in fact represent the 4 Devalas of Natha, Vishnu, Kataragama and Pattini. The Randoli is a special carrier that is used to commute the queen in the ancient times, and this Randolier takes a very special place in Randoli Perahera customs, not just in Kandy Esala Perahera, but also of many Perahera festivals across the country.
And that marks the end of the 3rd Randoli Perahera of the Kandy Esala Perahera 2026. We hope that our country will be blessed with fertility and rains. May our country prosper. Dalada Samidu Pihitai.